or a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
Morris,
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall, Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr., Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman.
Present.
Madam Vice Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Commissioners, as you know, we are having some cooling issues with the system here at the Government Center. So in the spirit of Chairman Pitts, I will ask that we have a quick meeting if we can, possibly get done by 1:30 so that the system can be shut down for repairs. So I'll ask your indulgence in that. Now, I believe we will have the invocation. So all please rise, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are thankful for this day, for your grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your blessings upon those who are present at this meeting. Bless now Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Give them your wisdom, your strength, and discernment. We pray your peace upon this place. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Again, welcome. First item on the agenda is the consent agenda.
On page 2, 22-0413, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the recess meeting agenda for separate consideration.
Commissioners, any suggested changes to the consent agenda? Hearing none, it's been properly moved and seconded. Bob Ellis moved, Commissioner Morris seconded. All in favor?
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you.
On page 5, recess meeting agenda, 22-0429, adoption of the recess meeting agenda. Madam Vice Chair and members of the board, we have 2 items to be removed from today's recess meeting agenda. On page 7, first item to be removed. These items will be moved to the July 13th regular meeting. First item is 22-0437, tax assessor. Request approval to amend an existing contract to modify the existing fee schedule. Also on page 7, 22-0441, community development. Request approval to amend an existing contract to provide assistance in preparation of various documents and technical assistance. Also, on today's agenda, we're removing proclamations. On page 5, 22-0431, Commissioner Hall has requested to move her 3 proclamations: Atlanta Fire Rescue Memorial Appreciation Day, Pride Month, Project You First Appreciation Day. These will be moved to the July 13th meeting. And also Commissioner Abdul-Rahman has requested to move up a proclamation. Women Veterans Appreciation Day. And then on page 8, one item to be revised, 22-0446, Sheriff requests approval of an IGA for the occupancy, use, operation, and supervision and detention of inmates in the Alpharetta Jail. This item was revised to include the updated IGA.
Thank you.
Welcome to Zoom. Please press pound, then enter your meeting ID, followed by the pound sign again.
Thank you for that entertainment. It's been properly moved in second. Is any comments or suggested changes? Commissioner Ellis?
You are in the meeting now.
Just for
Recording in
given
progress.
our desired sort of time constraints, I would request that we hold the COVID update to the end of all our voting items.
With no objection.
So noted.
Vice Chair, I do, I know we got these time
Got a mic
constraints.
issue. Yeah, it's a mic issue.
Hello? Madam Vice Chair, I know we have these time constraints, but I do have the people from the Family Food Fest and moving it to their event is this Sunday, so moving it to July doesn't really do any good.
Which item is that?
Oh, the proclamation, okay.
No, the proclamations were Commissioner Hall's that were removed.
Okay.
I do think we need some volume adjustments while we're doing the proclamations.
Sound like yeah, it's working.
All right, let's vote on the agenda.
And the vote is open to adopt today's recess meeting agenda as amended. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0430, ratification of minutes, recess meeting minutes, May 18th, regular meeting post-agenda minutes, June 1st, special call meeting post-agenda minutes, June 3rd, 2022.
All right, this item has been moved by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Rockman. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0431, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Women Veterans Day, Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Good morning. Can I please get all of the women veterans and supporters and elected officials that are here, please join me and my colleagues. Loretta Lewis, you are a veteran. Can you please join us? Standing. She's in work mode. That's my executive assistant. Whereas women have always played a role in United States military conflicts, beginning with their service as washerwomen and eventually presiding over hospitals as Civil War nurses, and whereas women were officially allowed to serve as regular and permanent members of the United States Armed Forces in the Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, and the Air Force on June 12, 1948, under the Women's Armed Services Integration Act signed into law by President Harry Truman. And whereas more than 35,000 women served in World War I, 350,000 in World War II, more than 7,500 women served throughout the world during the Vietnam War, and another 41,000 women were deployed during Operation Desert Storm. And whereas by 1970, women's role in the military expanded to command roles in non-combat units, and in 2013, women achieved full status in the military when they were granted the right to serve in direct ground combat roles. And whereas nearly 93,000 women veterans reside in the state of Georgia, and Georgia House Representative from District 53, Sheila Jones, sponsored Resolution 978 to recognize June 12th as Women's Veterans Day in the state of Georgia. As someone who is from a military family and as a Navy mom, I am proud with my colleagues to say, now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the women veterans of Georgia for the courage, honor, and dignity with which they have served in defense of our country. And me and all of my colleagues do hereby proclaim Sunday, June 12, 2022, as Women's Veteran Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. The sponsor of the actual House Resolution 978, my representative, the great State Representative Sheila Jones, I will give the mic over to her for comments.
Thank you. I'm State Representative Sheila Jones, representing District 53, and I live in Fulton County. It is an honor to be here and participate as we recognize women veterans in Fulton County. We want you to know that we thank you for your service to our country, whether it was in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine, or whether it was in the Coast Guard or the Space Force. In the State House, I introduced House Resolution 978, and as stated in the resolution, June 12th will forever be known annually in the state of Georgia as Women Veterans Day. There are over 93,000 women veterans here in the state of Georgia, and we join 14 other states in recognizing and celebrating June 12th as Women Veterans Day. I want to thank Commissioner Khadijah for hosting us today as we celebrate you and recognize you for all that you have done serving in our military. Thank you.
And I also want to say Commissioner Lorraine Johnson couldn't be here today, but she replicated the same recognition in DeKalb County, and so we want to honor her recognition as well for the women veterans in Georgia.
The next proclamation is recognizing DUI Treatment Court Appreciation Day, sponsored by Chairman Pitts and Commissioner Hall.
Okay. Hey. Good. How are you doing? Hey. I am honored to be able to read this full board proclamation recognizing the DUI treatment courts, which have done a great job trying to make sure that the folks involved in these cases not only pay their dues to society, but they get the help that they need to to keep this from recurring for them. So let me read this proclamation. Whereas Fulton County DUI treatment courts have provided services to Fulton County residents since June 2007 and are the most effective tool for reducing substance abuse and crime in our criminal justice system. And whereas each day 29 people, or 1 every 50 minutes, die in motor vehicle crashes that involve an alcohol-impaired driver in the United States. Again, that's 1 every 50 minutes. With the annual cost of alcohol-related crashes totaling more than $44 billion, 11,654 people died in 2020 as a result of alcohol-impaired driving traffic deaths, a 14% increase from 2019. And whereas a Georgia evaluation found that DUI treatment court participants had a recidivism rate of 15% compared to a recidivism rate of 35% among DUI offenders who were processed through traditional courts. Top DUI treatment courts can reduce recidivism by 60%. And whereas a Georgia economic impacts and benefits study concluded that each participant that graduates produces $22,129 in economic benefits for a statewide estimated total of $38.2 million. Spending for accountability court saves almost $5,000 per participant and $3.19 saved for every dollar invested in DUI treatment courts. And whereas DUI treatment courts provide focus and leadership for community-wide partnerships, bringing together public safety and public health professionals in the fight against drug abuse and criminality, and significantly improve substance abuse treatment outcomes, substantially reduce substance abuse and crime, and do so at less expense than any other justice strategy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County recognizes that DUI treatment court restores lives and makes communities safer in Fulton County and across America, and commends the court system, law enforcement, community leaders, and educators for their dedication to the success of DUI treatment court, and does hereby proclaim the month of June as DUI Treatment Court Appreciation Month in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's congratulate the Fulton DUI treatment courts.
Good morning, everyone. I want to just start by saying thank you to Commissioner Morris for recognizing us today for this proclamation. This month marks a 15-year anniversary for when this DUI court program was started. I want to also thank the state court bench and our state court judges, specifically Judge Wes Taylor and Chief Judge Susan Edline, for their involvement and their dedication to this program. This program's vision was to, begin to try to have to reduce recidivism and also reduce the crime rate in the justice community for state court and also for Fulton County. It provides a service for Fulton County constituents, and we're very proud of this program. It has been shown that that courts that have this program reduce recidivism by a minimum of at least 20%, and we're very proud of this program. So at this time, I want to just say thank you to everyone. Thank you to our DUI court program coordinator and his staff, and we're very proud of this program. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Family Food Fest Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Yeah. Hey, hey. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you guys.
Come and stand next to me.
So it is certainly my pleasure to present this proclamation today. I have participated in the Family Food Fest for numerous years now, and it is always a great event and a great way to spend Father's Day with my family, your family, and all of the families in Fulton County. Whereas the Family Food Fest event is a Father's Day celebration presented by the Atlanta Culinary Charities that has occurred over the past 20 years in Atlanta, honoring dads and men who serve as father figures and who give back to their communities and their families. And whereas Atlanta Culinary Charities is a 501c3 nonprofit organization and produces Family Food Fest Atlanta annually, the community partner for this year is the Frank Ski Kids Foundation, the same community partner 20 years ago. And whereas Atlanta Culinary Charities has a mission of training at-risk youth in culinary and life skills and introducing young people to careers in culinary art and the art of caricature drawing, balloon design, and face painting. And whereas this year marks the first full in-person presentation of Family Food Fest Atlanta that was hybrid in 2021 and virtual in 2020. And whereas the Fulton County Commission has supported this Father's Day celebration for many years, and among the honorary chairs for 2022 are Commissioner Marvin Arrington, me, Commissioner Chairman Rob Pitts, and Commissioner Natalie Hall. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Family Food Fest for celebrating fathers in the Atlanta community and does hereby proclaim Sunday, June 19th, 2022 as Family Food Fest Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's give them a big round of applause. And the founder is Diane Larche. Please come on.
Yes. Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner Arrington. We're so pleased to be here this morning. I am Diane Larche, president of the Atlanta Culinary Charities. As he mentioned, the 501c3 nonprofit organization that produces the Family Food Fest. We have produced this event for the past 20 years. We started in 2002. And here we are, still going strong in 2022. I have with me today Andre Gates. He's our VIP and church coordinator. We have Carla Belcher. She is our coordinator of cooks, restaurants, and chefs. And we have Jeremy Cormier, and I know I'm messing your name up, Jeremy, but he is over our logistics. We will be at the Georgia Freight Depot Sunday, June 19th, which is Father's Day, from 3 to 6 p.m. That is at 65 MLK Junior Drive. We thank some of our big sponsors, WSB TV, Federal Home Loan Bank, 104.1 FM, Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Kroger will be distributing over 100 bags of groceries to those who purchase tickets. So make sure you get your ticket, and when you arrive, you will get, as long as they last, you'll get a bag of groceries courtesy of Kroger. We also want to recognize Georgia Natural Gas, and of course, Fulton County, DeKalb County, and the city of Atlanta. We have a kids zone, a health zone. We know some of the chefs are making gumbo, lobster, mac and cheese, greens, barbecue chicken, barbecue ribs, and even vegan food, salads, healthy stuff. So we look forward to the citizens of Fulton County joining us on Sunday. If you want to get tickets, our website is familyfoodfest.org. Online, you could go to our website and purchase them. Or you can go to Madu Bookstore at Greenbrier, Footfitter at Briarcliff Road, Rick's Barber and Beauty on Campbellton Road, Nancy's Pizza at Camp Creek, and in Decatur, Who's Got Soul. Again, thank you, Commissioner Arrington, and all of the commissioners. We really appreciate this proclamation. Thank you so very much. The next proclamation is recognizing the Girl Greatness Rites of Passage Experience Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Can I get all of Church Women United Atlanta Incorporated and all of the family and the young ladies of the Girl Greatness, please join me here with my colleagues. Come on. Sheila, come on. All right, Miss Sheila, come here next to me. Are we good? We good? Okay, I just want to make sure. All right, y'all good? All right. Whereas Church Women United Atlanta Incorporated, a racially, culturally, theologically inclusive Christian women's movement that celebrates unity, diversity, and work for peace in the world, of which the late Fulton County Commissioner Emma I. Darnell, my mentor, was a longtime faithful member and supporter, has created Girls' Rites of Passage program in collaboration with Dr. Lisa Sistronk, CEO and founder of DH Elevation Consulting, called Girl Greatness, based on Dr. Sistrunk's book, her 12th year, She's Not So Little Anymore. Whereas the mission of the Girl Greatness Rites of Passage experience is to provide a supportive, God-centered environment for girls aged 10 to 15 years old from diverse backgrounds in which they can develop and experience a sense of positive selfhood through meaningful conversations, intentional thought enhancement, positive peer engagement, and fun individual and group activities. And whereas the purpose of the program seeks to enhance the trajectory of the spirit, mind, body, soul, and overall well-being of each participant, and to help develop and hone interpersonal and intrapersonal skills and gain a bond of sisterhood, knowing they are not alone and are more powerful than they know with Christ as their foundation. And whereas participants will learn human development skills to improve their resiliency, including effective communication, conflict resolution, and team building. Learn ways to increase their self-efficiency to decrease incidences of teenage pregnancy, drug and alcohol abuse, suicide, and incidences with the juvenile justice system. And whereas Church Women United Atlanta and Fulton County Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman partnered with Delta Community Credit Union to open savings accounts for these girls in the program with a match up to $200. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the Girls' Greatness Rites of Passage Experience 2022 with the theme, I Can Only Be Me, and does hereby proclaim Sunday, June 12, 2022, as the Girl Greatness Rites of Passage Experience Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Will you join me in supporting these young ladies? And Dr. Sistra, come on. Oh, but you want to go cheat. You go first.
To our esteemed commissioners, my commissioners, but especially my commissioner, Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman, Sequoia Kirby, and the commissioner's staff, on behalf of Church Women United, the movement is very honored to have this proclamation read in our honor. I am Sheila Lauder, the president of the Atlanta unit, and as a movement that presented the Girl Greatness Rites of Passage program, We are proud of the 17 girls who were enrolled in our inaugural program for 6 weeks, 4 via Zoom, 2 in person. It is our hope that the goals and purposes have been reached and that the goal of financial literacy, conflict resolution, and relationship building will and has been achieved. Standing with me are a few of our great girls, our supporters, their parents, Church Women United members, but most importantly, we recognize and we appreciate our girls because the program was not about us as adults, but it was about them as girls because we want them to be productive, good citizens in this world. We'd like to thank Delta Airlines for their generous financial matching. Woo! And they will be opening savings accounts where Delta will be matching what they put in. So to Delta, if you're listening, thank you so very much. And now Dr. Lisa Sistrunk will bring a few remarks.
Good morning. I am the founder of the I Am Girl Greatness movement. I started this movement in 2020 after I released my book, Her 12th Year, She's Not So Little Anymore. And right after I released the book, President Lauder came to me, and I was in the process of creating a curriculum, and she said, do you think we can do a rites of passage program? And I was just like, sure we can. And since then, I had my first rites of passage program in the fall of 2021 with 10 girls, and now we've almost doubled that to 17 girls. It's an honor to travel this journey with them into self-awareness, into the different transitions that they are going through in their lives. So we appreciate this proclamation. We appreciate these young ladies and these families and Church Women United for supporting them. It is just an honor to be here and be with them. And last but not least, we're going to have one of our great girls, great girl Riley Smith, along with her other great girl. Come on. All right, Riley.
Hello. The Girl Greatness program has made me a better person and has inspired me to do more for my community. I have met many good people and many good friends. I'm glad I had the opportunity to be in the Girl Greatness program. I'm Girl Greatness.
Okay. All right. Say it all together. Say it again.
I'm Girl Greatness.
I am Girl Greatness.
I am Girl Greatness.
There we go, there we go. Let's get the picture. Move so we can get the picture. That's for you.
Oh, thank you.
That's for you.
Thank you. We have something for you.
This for you.
We have something.
Okay.
The last proclamation is recognizing World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Okay. I'm sorry, in the sake of time, but I'll just make this quick. Oh, thank you, sweetie. Thank you. Whereas elder citizens make invaluable contributions to our families and our community, please join me here. I'm sorry, everyone from the DA office and our elders. If we have any elders in the building that would like to join us, I apologize about that, Jill. Whereas elder citizens make invaluable contributions to our families and our community, Fulton County elders deserve to live safely with dignity and as independently as possible with the supports they need, and whereas the sacred promise of aging with dignity is far too often broken by incidents of exploitation, abuse, or neglect, and these acts of elder abuse can take many forms, including financial, emotional, physical, or sexual abuse, as well as exploitation and neglect. And whereas eliminating abuse to older persons or developmentally disabled adults is each community's responsibility, and Fulton County is concerned about the risk to their senior or disabled residents who suffer from neglect and are victims of financial, emotional, sexual, or physical abuse. And whereas all of our residents should watch for signs of abuse, such as physical trauma, withdrawal, depression, anxiety, fear of families, friends, or caregivers. And whereas all citizens are encouraged to commit to build a safer community for our older and developmentally disabled residents who are victims of elder abuse, to ensure their golden years are lived with dignity and respect. Now, therefore, be it resolved that me and all of my colleagues have come together and that Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the unsung heroes who dedicate themselves to preventing elder abuse and acknowledge the work of the District Attorney's Office and caregivers who work to help older adults stay connected to their communities while preventing elder abuse, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, June 15, 2022 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day in Fulton County, Georgia. I'm gonna have Jill make a quick remarks on behalf of the DA's office.
Thank you so much. My name is Jill Hollander. I'm the Deputy District Attorney over the Elder Abuse Unit at the DA's office. On behalf of District Attorney Willis, I am so grateful to the commissioners for bringing this incredibly horrible situation that we see in our elder community to light. It is the purpose of our unit to not only prosecute these crimes, but to prevent these crimes. And to that end, we are again incredibly grateful to Commissioner Abdur Rahman and her staff. Next Friday, June 24th, from 11 to 1, we are putting on an awareness event at the South Fulton Service Center. We would love to have all of our elders to attend to learn how to prevent elder abuse. This is a free lunch and learn, and registration information can be found on county social media. Thank you.
Next item, please.
On page 6, public hearings. 22-0432, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website at www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Madam Vice Chair and members of the board, we will start with speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 6 speaker cards. Would all 6 speakers please come down? Sandra Burkhart, L.A. Pink, Charles Brown, Jill Tremmel, Maggie Goldman, and Ron Shakir.
My name is Sandra Burkhart. I live in Fulton County. On May 24th, Democratic DeKalb County Commissioner candidate Michelle Long Spears came in third place and therefore did not qualify for a runoff. Spears and her team noticed the initial results showed she had received 0 election votes at the most precincts. After a hand count was conducted over Memorial Day weekend, Spears picked up over 3,600 votes and went from being in third place to first. She will now advance to the June 21st runoff. The person originally in first place came in last and is not in the runoff. Similar events happened in Fulton County, and they elicited no action. The same voting system gave Commissioner Chairman Rob Pitts and Commissioner Marvin Arrington landslide wins, but no questions are asked. However, there was an emergency meeting called on a Sunday to recertify the May 24th election results here in Fulton County. Why did the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections vote that day to recertify with only the word of Dominic as with absolutely no data? Finally, when Marvin Arrington went early to vote for himself, he discovered he was not on the ballot. We have serious problems in Fulton County elections. Spending more money is not a solution. Audits and honest recounts need to be done. Truth matters, and fair and honest, transparent elections are necessary and essential for our freedom.
15 seconds.
It is time for you, Fulton County Commissioners, to actively work to correct these problems. Thank you for your time.
Oh, once again, we stand here. So I see on the agenda again, we have 220331 by Marvin Arrington. Can you hear me? Can you hear it? Okay. So I'll repeat that by 220331, put in by Marvin Arrington. The problem that we have here today is that, and I know that a lot of people are saying they are under attack and being threatened and all of this. I don't think that they're being threatened by the people for their lives. I think their jobs are being threatened and being attacked because of the lies and the cheating and just how she just spoke about the election. You know, the election, you can say you won by a landslide, but please believe me, you cheated by a landslide. That's not no win. And so we're going to do everything in our possible power to get each one of the city officials that's sitting up here, other than you, Ms. Khadija, and I say that because they sat in front of us and they passed a bill which committed a crime to fire 2 people, regardless of what the circumstances or the situation was afterwards, but that was against the law. And so, yes, we are going after that. So we will do everything in our power to remove every last one of you. I'm going to be here every Wednesday to let you know that.
Good morning. My name is Jill Trammell, and I was a candidate in House District 50 in Johns Creek. I'm here today to ask the board for its wisdom, discernment, and strength in doing what is right for the people of House District 50, Fulton County, and the state of Georgia. Millions of taxpayer dollars have been spent on our Georgia elections, Dominion machines, and employees to run those elections. That includes an employee, Dominic Olamo, who's the IT professional for Fulton County elections, even though he is not an American citizen and is acting as the superintendent of our elections in Fulton County. Who is our superintendent? If it is Nadine Williams, she defers to Dominic Olamo. If it is the Board of Elections, they defer to Dominic Olmo. Under what conditions would anyone in this room walk into a used car dealer and sign a contract, sight unseen, not knowing how much they were going to pay for that car or what the interest rate was? That is essentially what they did in our Fulton County elections after they recertified the second time without knowing exactly how many votes were subverted. Also not knowing exactly how the technical glitch functioned. After the DeKalb hand recount for Michelle Long Spears, they discovered that the machine had serious technical errors. State law does not require an automatic recount of votes. However, based on Georgia HB 316, a candidate can request a recount if the margin is less than 0.5, or there is a suspected error or discrepancy in the returns. An election official can also ask for a recount. I have gone and done everything I possibly can to ask for this recount since early voting. I've been denied and I've been ignored, and I want this board to know that we elected you to stand up for the people. As a candidate, I've been disenfranchised.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Maggie Goldman. I'm a resident of Johns Creek, District 1. While we're on the topic of increasing water fees, I have a few requests. Can we please get a new payment website? It is, I have to assume, a very old system and very clunky. I have to randomly click around to happen upon the payment section. Then to find my sprinkler bill, I essentially have to log back out and log back in again and click around again randomly until I can find it. It is not obvious or intuitive. Second, we should be offering a water meter sensor system like I have heard Roswell does. I'm willing to bet one reason revenues are not keeping up with usage may have to do with water leaks. We had a water leak in late 2020, and we didn't find out for 2 months, as the billing system is 2 months long. That's 2 months worth of wasted water for almost every water leak. It's also 2 months worth of billing, as we were initially charged $2,500 for water over that period of time. We also had to pay for the leak fix, which was $900. The county did reduce our water bill from $2,500 to $900, but that is still a lot of money for a resident to pay that doesn't have an extra $1,800 for something that isn't their fault. How would we know there was a water leak? Roswell has a water meter monitoring system called AquaHawk. When I asked my community if they would be interested in these two changes, one resident actually brought up the Roswell program and mentioned someone called her yesterday to alert her to an uptick in her usage so she could investigate the cause, and signed her up for text alerts so she would get them to her phone in the future. When I asked Public Works a year ago about the possibility of this program, I was told they have a plan for it, but I have to assume it has simply not been paid
15
for
seconds.
or implemented. I would gladly pay for the sensor at my own home. We could look at a sliding scale to ensure everyone who wants a sensor can afford one. If we're going to consider increase in water fees, which appear to be warranted, can we please look at these two issues as well? Thank you.
Good morning, Ron Shakir, Southwest Atlanta. I rise quickly to say and deliver a message by Mr. Davenport to ask for more usage of free transportation systems like Uber and Lyft. However, I also, my own passion is to speak of elections. And I think there's always been some doubt, not always, for a long time about our elections, and I join and I'm making contact with the people who have spoke on that today. But I also speak on Fulton County responsibility as far as jails. And I think the question of a new jail is legitimate. I think I have a bad historical feeling when we as citizens are shipping citizens or residents or people who's been arrested all over the state for purpose of reasons that's not unclear why they won't commit to humane services. And I also speak to the fact of, I believe we have gone backwards and we need to go forward when we look at public engagement through many of you, Mr. Arrington, many of you, Ms. Hausman, and Mr. Morris, has been around here where citizens' engagement have shrunk since your presence. and we should not be shrinking. We should be getting larger and stronger. And to have it to be shrinking today, we're seeing our communities being destabilized. And I think we need to look at all welfare assistance programs and how they can be strengthened. And that is the Atlanta Housing Authority. I know Fulton County is part of that committee. And let's just try to stabilize our communities. And in that stabilization, let's examine taxation that have impact negatively on people losing their homes. And this the matter of the elections, I think we should pay very close attention to some of the irregularities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have 2 speakers on Zoom and 1 email comment.
Good morning, Commissioners. We have 2 to speak today. The first person to speak is Ben Howard.
Greetings, one and all. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. Senior Services Management is reportedly arranging a Commission on Elder Affairs meeting with Commission Chair Rob Pitts to, quote, discuss COEA concerns, unquote. Hopefully, commissioners have been hearing about COEA concerns from their appointees to that board. My concerns have been documented via my public comment at commission meetings and my public comment at Commission on Elder Affairs meetings. Concern: for the last 2 COEA meetings, only 8 board members have been present, although the bylaws call for 13 board members. Concern: without protest from Senior Services Management, the revised COEA mission statements avoids the word advocacy, and COEA monthly meetings have been reduced from 12 to 11. Go meet with the Commission Chair, COEA. Fulton County senior citizens just might benefit.
The next person to speak is Susie Trotochad.
Hello, my name is Susie Trotoshow, and I am a Fulton County resident, and I was born in Atlanta, lived here my entire life. I want to start by thanking the Commission for their service. I have been compelled by the events of the last election to become more involved in understanding and overseeing our election process. Certainly, these last few months have been eye-opening for a lot of reasons. I do understand that elections are very complex. There are a lot of moving parts. And I ask citizens to recognize that there is so much going on, so many different things happening, that they should understand that there will be problems that will occur. And we should question what these problems are and how they are going to be resolved. But we should also understand that they will occur and that they are not always due to cheating or people trying to steal elections. So I ask the Commission to keep their heads down and continue to do their work. I ask the Commission to continue to support the Board of Elections, Registration and Elections, so that they can do their job and that all of us can support a free and fair election in Fulton County. And I ask that the citizens continue to question, but also listen to the answers that come out and try to understand how our elections work and how we can all make it better for the citizens of Fulton County. Thank you.
And that concludes the Zoom comments.
And we have 1 email comment.
Good morning. The 1 email comment is from Ms. Sheila Hamilton. Greetings, commissioners. First, I commend Commissioner Abdul Rahman for her mental health fair Saturday of Memorial Day weekend. It is hoped that it will be annual because it is a much needed event in the South Fulton area. At the fair, there was a booth that represented the homeless where Don Butler is in charge. I've tried reaching out to this office several times since the mental health event, receiving no return calls. I work with an organization that needs assistance from this office. As well, I know families who need assistance from this office. What's a good number to actually get a return call from? Citizens are homeless and need help to be provided by Fulton County's Office of Homelessness. Thank you for your time. This concludes the comments.
No further speakers.
Thank you, and thank you to all of the speakers today. Next item, please.
Continuing on page 6, county manager's items under open and responsible government, 22-0434, purchasing and contract compliance. Request approval of resolution to extend emergency purchasing authority of the chairman and county manager for COVID-19 related purchases.
Thank you. The item has been properly moved by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Rockman. Any comments? Hearing none, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0435, request approval to award a contract without competition to assist in performing an evaluation of the current Small Business Enterprise Program.
I have a motion by Commissioner Rockman. Is there a second?
Can we just have someone state for the record why this is contract without competition?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Felicia Strong Whitaker, Chief Purchasing Agent. The county has a small business enterprise program. As part of that, we have to have a small business program in place in order to continue to get federal funding. It has to have a small business component. Back in 2012, the Keene Independent conducted the small business availability market study. We are only updating it based on 2017 to 2021 data. So all they are doing is updating the data. They're not doing all of the legislative stuff that legislative items they had to do before by helping us write the program, helping us doing the purchasing code, updating the purchasing code. So this is simply to update because our program does sunset December 31st, 2022. If it does sunset, it means it expires and we cannot continue the program. They'll be able to complete the update by September, and we can bring that information back to you so that we can continue the program.
Okay, but so why is it without competition?
Because they conducted the study initially. They did all of the groundwork, and now all we need them to do is update the data. If we put it back out for competition, that person would have to start all over again, and it would take a much longer time period to get that done. And this program would have sunset.
Thank you. And what's that sunset date again?
December 31st, 2022.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further comments? Hearing none, it's been moved by Commissioner Rockman and seconded by Commissioner Morris. Let's vote. Excuse me, Arrington.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0436, Finance, presentation, review, and approval of the June 15th budget soundings.
All right, it's been moved for approval by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Any comments? Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 7, 22-0438, registration and elections, request approval to increase spending authority to provide ballot printing services for the May 24th general primary election and June 21st runoff.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes, I just had a question. I was a little confused. Let me find the tab here. We had some estimates, and I tried to make sense of the estimate amounts with the timing of these estimates and with this dollar amount here before us. There was an estimate from Tatnall dated April 25th for $160,000 and change. And then a couple of weeks later, on May 13th, there was an estimate of $66,000. The first one was for the May primary and nonpartisan election. The May one was for the general primary and nonpartisan general election runoff. And I don't know if it meant for the primary and the runoff, but that was $66,000, and the paper before us is for $149,000. Help me with.
Good morning. The first estimate was based off of the primary elections. Usually primary elections have maybe a 2-page ballot. That's where that first estimate came from. Unfortunately for this election, the ballots were 4 to 5 pages long, and we did not predict it would be that long on the ballot. Therefore, we had to increase the amount. So you see it pretty much doubled the cost for the May 24th election because the ballot was so lengthy. And then we also now need additional funds for the runoff itself. The runoff ballot is very short, but the May 24th election was 4 to 5 pages long per ballot.
So their estimate was based on a 2-page ballot. They did not know what the ballot was going to actually look like when they did the estimate?
Right. We do the estimate in advance to make sure it's ready for printing, but we don't know the ballot until we receive it. And it was 4 to 5 pages long. Other primaries have already been 2 pages, but this one was very long.
Thank you.
Any other questions before I have a question? So this is for the ballot printing at the precincts.
Yes, we are required by election code to have Dominion paper. It's required to be from that vendor for that security paper. We're also required to have 10% of the number of registered voters at each precinct. It doesn't account for how many people did advance voting. It has to be 10%. We order that in advance to make sure it's ready for election day for emergency purposes. So we're required to do 10% of the number of registered voters.
All right, and just for the benefit of the public, the type of paper and the amount that has to be printed is prescribed by law.
Exactly. We cannot defer from that.
All right, thank you. I do have a question on another item that has been brought up today, if there's no other printing questions. Okay.
Sorry. So this is for the May 24th primary and next week's runoff.
Yes.
Will we have more Tatnall bills for November yet to come?
We'll go back out to bid for the November election and come back before the board, depending on who the vendor is for November.
So this is not the end of the printing? For
No,
the
every
issues?
election we will come before you to ask for ballots.
Is that it, Commissioner Morris? It is. All right, thank you. All right, since it was raised today several times about the recertification, could you please just give us a brief explanation of why that was necessary?
Yes, may I first say that a lot of the candidates are referencing DeKalb County. The issue in DeKalb County, because we called to double check exactly what that was to make sure it's something that we need to be aware of, that was not a system issue. It was an error that a candidate withdrew or was disqualified from the race was still on the ballot, therefore threw off their races. They had to correct that with a recount. It was not a problem with the machines. It was an error, a human error that they had to correct with a recount that is particular to that county for that particular election. In regards to our recertification, we were advised by the SOS there were some cards that were missing that were not uploaded. We double checked and had to recertify that information. As far as any candidate or any person that came before us before recertification, we double checked the races, made sure we triple checked them to see if anything changed the outcome. Nothing has changed the outcome of any of the races. We're required to provide our board the election summary report. We did that at both meetings, and that information was provided to them. It is extensive, it's a long report, so we understand that they need more detail, we'll make sure they provide that to them, but we completely check the reports and ensure that no races changed. They changed, they changed slightly, but not to the point where anybody would be in election code for a recount or any outcome had changed.
So what you're saying is that when you verified the information that had been certified, you noticed that some cards had not been included. Did I hear you say that?
Exactly. So
Okay.
after we included those counts, it did not change any election outcomes. As far as, when I say outcome, I mean the winner. It did change the percentages, but not enough to put anybody in a different, the results did not change as far as the winner is concerned, and no percentages changed to allow somebody to request a recount.
Okay, well, it does beg the question is how could memory cards get separated from the rest of the memory cards? So can you just talk a little bit about what sort of safeguards are in place or what kind of procedures are in place to make sure that they're all accounted for?
Yes, we have revised our SOPs that once the previous machines gave you like a screen that said red, it's up, or green, it's not. That's what they did. This one does not do that. So you have to physically look at it to see if the memory card is uploaded. So we have revised our SOPs to ensure that somebody will, after it's uploaded, we will ensure that we are triple checking that everything is uploaded. It gave the ballot images, but it did not give the actual count into the actual election. So we had to correct that.
So these are not cards that were in a different location or that were found in a different place. They were just not properly entered.
Exactly.
All right. But you have now put in place methods to make sure that they're properly trained, the employees doing this, so they won't
Yes.
have this trouble again?
We have done that.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Ellis?
Real quick, sort of follow up on that, and I appreciate the explanation around it, and I appreciate the fact that we're going to hopefully have safeguards in place, because this is a second, we had this same issue, didn't we have the same issue with the runoff election, where we had some stuff that were missing, I believe, in precincts around where I live. I believe in Milton we had something we had to recertify during the runoff, correct?
I believe a few years ago. I'm not sure exactly.
I'm talking about 2020.
Okay, yes.
We had a recertification. So it's happened before, I believe, and it happened, in very recent history. So this would seem to be something we should be able to put some fail-safes around, and hopefully will not occur again. So I think obviously everybody's going to be looking at that within, as a test case, in this next runoff. And I think the Secretary of State's office also had to point it out to us in the previous cycle. It wasn't something we caught, it was something that they caught. I'm glad they have the fail-safes in place and they're catching it, to provide some, confidence in that. But, hopefully we don't have that happen a third time in a row. And my last comment on this is really not, this is really a comment for our Board of Elections and Board of Registrations and Elections. It's really a transparency thing. I really don't know how we have two meetings of the Board of Registrations and Elections, hold one on Memorial Day and one on a Sunday. I mean, it just, with so much sensitivity around a subject like elections, it just strikes me that we should be as transparent as possible and as open as possible on these meetings. And this is not directed towards you, Ms. Williams. This is something I hope that the Board of Registrations and Elections is listening to. Maybe if our county attorney can convey this to them, or I'll convey it to them myself. We shouldn't be having meetings on Memorial Days, holidays, and Sundays. I know that there's a reason that we have a time frame in which to certify stuff, but I know they have to have quorums, but they did sign up for this. They know the times in which they're going to have to probably be potentially called upon to have a meeting and respond to, and these are important moments for them. And I'm not asking you to respond to this. I'm just making this statement as a general rule. I would not be, I'm not happy about it. The fact that we're holding these meetings, they almost appear to be like they're clandestine-like if you're holding them on a holiday or a Sunday. So just want to kind of have that go on record, and if anybody wants to join me in that communication to the Board of Registrations and Elections, I would welcome it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rockman?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Given that we have SB 202, and I know we have been given remarks as to why stuff has happened, but I would be remiss if I didn't say I do have a concern. We don't have an elections superintendent, and I have said that forever. How do you run a department without a head? And so, and Ms. Williams, you do a great job, and this is no reflection on you, but I would be remiss if I didn't say that I'm disappointed that we have something as far as, and like you did say, missing, and it didn't change any of the races, but for me as a sitting commissioner, the issue that it happened, the issue that it could maybe spark a state takeover, we don't know. I think we have to be really, really serious about the implications of anything that we do, whether it's Board of Registration and Elections meetings. I would be remiss if I didn't tell you my phone rung off the hook on that Sunday when people were asking, there's a Board of Registration and Elections meeting, emergency meeting on a Sunday, and as the sitting elected officials, I had to tell them, well, wait a minute, let me check and make sure that that is true. And so the transparency, the information needs to be better. Anything that we can do to keep from having a state takeover, that's what I want. I want transparency, but more importantly, I don't want excuses. I think when it comes to elections department, and don't get me wrong, I'm one of the biggest advocates. I will fight for the funding that you all need, but at the end of the day, where do the excuses stop? If we've got some internal stuff, if we've got some stuff that we're doing, let's correct it. Because SB 202 is in place, and anything that we can do that can even look like it may not be correct. Not saying it's man-made, not saying that there's fraud, but it will put us at risk. Now, talking about DeKalb County and Fulton County are different. I will say this, however. DeKalb County caught something and they fixed it. They caught it. Can we say that about Fulton County? So I would say this day, as a sitting commissioner, we need to do better all across the board when it comes to our elections department, because at the end of the day, if we are transparent, if we are serving the constituents, and that's what this is about. It's about the constituents who pay what we do for them, we're working for them, they pay our bills. So I would say we must get it together, Fulton County. We need an election superintendent in place. We need a head person for that department so we can do what we need to do.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to echo the comments about having meetings on holidays or weekends. We talked about this last meeting. I don't know what kind of notice was on the door of the day that we had the Sunday meeting, but I would assume that it was the same kind of thing where the building is closed.
May I comment?
Please.
Okay, if I said the word missing, I did not mean the cards were missing, the upload was missing. So we had the cards, it just was not uploaded. And again, we have put SOPs in place to correct that, a different layer to correct that. In regards to our meetings, we had a meeting on Memorial Day. Just to be clear, we contacted, per election code, you are required to certify the election the Monday after the election by 5 p.m. We knew the holiday was coming. We contacted SOS and asked the question, are we able to move it to Tuesday to certify the election? We were told at that time it was not permitted to be moved. So therefore, we scheduled our quorum for Monday on Memorial Day. Later on, it was changed statewide that everybody would be permitted to certify on Tuesday. By that time, our quotas are already established. Members were already out of town and could not attend. So we attempted to certify on Tuesday, and we're told not to, and that's why we certified on Monday. In regards to the Sunday meeting, we were asked to recertify by 9 a.m. on Monday. We asked the question, we had to get a quorum. The only quorum we could get at the last minute was on the Sunday. We televised it. I don't even believe it's required to be televised. I think the only thing we have to do is have them sign a document. But we had that meeting open and on camera to let people know that there's nothing that we are hiding. So we're not even required to be on television to have these meetings, just to be clear.
Well, again, the public is watching. I think we just all need to be aware of that. Your phrasing of it being missing, I think, is adding to the problem here. They weren't really missing, they just weren't uploaded properly. Is that correct?
That's correct. The cards were not missing, just when the upload was missing. So I should not
Okay,
have said the
so
word
when you
missing.
say they're missing, that gives all kind of red flags go off.
So I retract my statement. The cards were not missing.
Okay. In this particular instance, since we have now had it happen 3 times, I think it was said, I think it would be very important for you to go over your protocols, share that with the board so that we all know what's happening and the public, and we can educate the public properly when they raise these questions.
Will do.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Quickly, Vice Chair, I echo your sentiments, and I want to be crystal clear about my statements. I understand that SB 202 required that you all had to meet Sunday and Memorial Day. I understand you all had to comply with the law. What I'm a little taken aback by is the lack of communication or the lack of us knowing what we need to let our constituents know. Like you just said, it wasn't missing, it was an upload. I think moving forward, in order for us, well, I can't speak for everybody up here, I can only speak for myself. For me to be able to advocate correctly, I need the information. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
We will provide it. Thank you.
All right, the item has been moved by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Rockman. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0439, Real Estate and Asset Management, requests approval to increase spending authority to facilitate the removal and replacement of existing fire pumps and controllers.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Rockman. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 22-0440, Public Works, requests approval of materials transfer agreement for participation in the COVID testing of wastewater program.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded by Commissioner Morris and Commissioner Rockman. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay. On page 8, 22-0442, Community Development, requests approval of the 2022 Veterans Service Program Evaluation Committee's recommendations.
We do have a presentation, if that could be brought up. Good morning, Commissioners. Pamela Rochelle, Chief Operating Officer for Health, Human Services, and Public Works. Today, we are seeking approval for the $1 million investment in the new Veterans Services Program. This program is designed to provide social services supports for veterans in 3 areas: economic security, poverty, health and wellness, homelessness, and housing. We are here today seeking approval for 13 organizations, 4 in economic security and poverty, 4 in health, and 5 in homelessness and housing, totaling $1 million. That concludes my update. and we seek approval for these 13 organizations today.
Any questions or comments?
No, thank you, colleagues. Happy we previously approved $1 million, and this is for the disbursement to the organizations that were chosen in conjunction with our Veterans Empowerment Committee.
Yes, sir. We did have a committee that reviewed the selections. However, we did seek the input of the Empowerment Committee in the process itself, as well as reviewing applications.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Commissioner. And then as far as evaluations of these programs, can you talk a little bit about that? As far as, as they are ongoing, what sort of requirements?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. So I'm joined here today by Stan Wilson, and he can talk about how the Department of Community Development will monitor the implementation of this very new program.
Good morning, Commissioners. In response to that question, it's going to be very similar to the CSP program. We will get regular reports. My staff will meet regularly with the agencies to track their performance as well.
Very good, thank you. Excited to see this get off the ground. So we're very, very pleased with the progress, the quick progress that the department showed in this area. No other comments. It was a motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Rockman. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0443, Senior Services, request approval of a recommended proposal to provide transportation services for senior services and behavioral health programs.
Good morning again, Commissioners. This agenda item is supporting the traditional bus service that we provide for seniors throughout Fulton County. This program does help constituents, seniors 60 and older, remain mobile, remain connected to the community. Today, we are seeking approval for a new contract with TransDev, and this contract will again enable us to continue this very needed services. We do want to take this opportunity to provide an update on the performance of this program, transportation in its totality, and then we will conclude with our recommendation as well as a plan to implement program sustainability measures. I'll now turn it over to Ladisa Onilagu, the Department Director, to quickly review the program performance, and then I will conclude with our recommendations.
Good morning, Ladisa Onilagu, Director, Department of Senior Services. Next slide. This briefing presents the current state of play for senior transportation, and we've broken it down into 3 parts. We're going to present to you the situation, the complications that we're facing, and recommend some remedies that will require board consideration. Next slide. So for the viewing audience and what is familiar to the Board of Commissioners, Senior Services provides rides through 2 transportation contracts. One is with TransDev, and they provide traditional bus service. The second contract is with Common Courtesy, and that is what we call Uber Lyft services. The trip types for traditional bus entail dialysis, neighborhood senior centers, adult day health, IDD, community trips, and medical. And then Uber Lyft is demand response, and those entail medical appointments, community trips where multi-purpose is included. Next slide. Continuing with the situation, Uber Lyft has experienced exponential growth since the inception of the program, while traditional bus service is relatively the same. And there are 2 bar charts here that provide information on trips. So for traditional bus trips from December 2017, you can see that the trips have remained similar. However, there was some impact in 2020 and 2021 due to the pandemic. We do project that trips will
Pardon me, could you speak more into the microphone, please?
I can, excuse me, Vice Chair. We do believe that the traditional bus trips will return to pre-pandemic levels in 2022. And then as you can see, the Uber Lyft trips have continued to grow since 2019. And why? We have increased confidence levels. We've allayed some of the fears. We've got same-day booking for Uber, Lyft, minimal wait times, and there's a perceived safety and reduced exposure during the pandemic. Next slide. We wanted to present a comparison between traditional bus services and Uber, Lyft, and so the chart before you, and I will not read out all of the data points, provides some clear information. One thing that is noteworthy is the service distribution and user profile, the last row, where traditional bus service is primarily used for fixed routes. This is where 90% of those trips take seniors to the centers and dialysis, and 10% include demand response, whereas Uber Lyft is all 100% demand response. And we've broken that down so you can have a better understanding of those trips. Next slide. This is where we go into the complications. So the complication that's before us today is that the cost estimates from the sole bid represent 47% increase by 2026. The cost proposal for the entire year of 2022 is 6.287. The status quo budget approved by the board for senior services traditional bus is 4.82 million. And there's a gap funding requirement of 1.4, the difference between the cost proposal and the status quo budget. To the left of the slide presents information on general funding, grant funding, and the total. And the reasons that the costs are increasing are due to some nationwide trends: fuel, labor, facility rental. Next slide. The complication for Uber Lyft is that the utilization rates and expenditures are outpacing the Uber Lyft program budget. So our budget for Uber Lyft right now includes the awarded amount of $1.383 million plus 2 additional grants that were received by the Department of Senior Services. Expenditures to date are about $1.269 million. And so at this pace, we will exhaust the program budget way before the end of the year. Final slide, I'll turn it over to Dr. Rochelle to present some recommendations and long-term program sustainability.
Thank you. In conclusion, the complication for the traditional bus service, as has been outlined, is the cost has outpaced the funding by 47%, and the current contract that we have in place after 2 extensions will now expire on June 30th. As it relates to Uber and Lyft, the complication is, again, the utilization rate outpacing the current budget. At the current utilization rate, we will exhaust the entire budget for this Uber and Lyft program by July. The recommendations that we are making today is for the traditional transportation is to approve the RFP that we have presented today for the next 6 months, which will take us from July through December 2022, and then we will present a renewal for that contract later this year. The total funding required through 2026, this would be a 5-year contract, is $10,751,130. For the Uber and Lyft program, in order to continue this service through the end of the year, this would require an additional allocation to the contract for 2022 of $1.2 million. This would simply help us maintain the current ridership of 1,455. We further would need to suspend new registrations to contain the program within this $1.8 million. We would only need to suspend registrations through October, as we will have additional funding for the remainder of this year into 2023 through our grants program. Finally, we are proposing a few long-term program sustainability measures to help us contain the cost within the recommended proposal for the traditional bus service, as well as maintain the cost within the budget that we project for the Uber and Lyft program. Upon the renewal for the traditional transportation service, which would take the service into 2026, we recommend as a long-term program sustainability measure, basically containing cost within the cost proposal that has been presented, we would need to eliminate the multi-purpose routes. We would also need to limit transportation to adult day, behavioral health, neighborhood senior centers, and we would also need to limit the medical and community trips for seniors who are mobility challenged. Again, these are program sustainability measures allowing us to contain cost within the recommended proposal through 2026 for the bus service. For the Uber and Lyft program, we've listed several demand depression measures. The first is to establish a maximum monthly ridership. We would also recommend reducing the monthly ridership from 1,455 to 205 and reducing the trip allowance. We would also recommend increasing the cost share from $1 to $3.50 based on industry standards. On the agenda, you will see 3 items. One is the recommended proposal for the 5-year contract with Uber Lyft. The next item is a contract extension should the board not approve the traditional bus transportation. We would need to extend the current contract that we have until we can create some path forward for this service. And then the third item is additional funding that we received from the Atlanta Regional Commission to support the Uber and Lyft program. Vice Chair, that concludes our update, and we're open for questions.
Thank you. You do have some questions. Commissioner Morris?
I think the presentation has answered my questions. Thank you. Actually, I'm sorry. So is the TransDev in 443, the extension of or the acceptance of the new proposal, is that TransDev different from the existing TransDev contract? One says East Point, Georgia, one says Lombard, Illinois.
It is the same contract. The East Point references their current headquarters here that runs the Fulton County operations. The Illinois is the overall corporate office.
Okay.
It is the same organization.
Thank you. Commissioner Rockman?
Dr. Rochelle, just for the viewing audience, would you mind saying who is eligible for the Uber or Lyft? What is the protocol for the Fulton County constituents to be able to use it?
Thank you for that question. The program is for constituents 60 years and older. They will call the Star Line, and they will then be assessed for transportation need. Once they are assessed for transportation need, we really look for the best transportation fit. It may not be Fulton County. It may be a veterans program. It may be MARTA. So we go through an assessment process to fit them to the best transportation service for them. If there are no other alternatives, we then connect them to Uber Lyft based on that assessment.
Dr. Rochelle, I personally am a proponent of this program. Some of the conversations you and I have had and a lot of the constituents that have called me are using this whereas they weren't using it before. So you are correct, the confidence level. The fact that we do have seniors that suffered from depression and were very leery about coming out of their homes and doing even the day-to-day task of going to medical appointments or what have you. I would be very, very fearful of cutting anything down. I understand we have to balance it, but I would want all my colleagues to understand how important this is. And I do believe that they do know that, but I also want the constituents to know that I know why it is much higher than it has been in the past. Because after coming out of the pandemic that technically we're still in, the confidence level, the fact that they are leaving their homes, the fact that they know that they can get around has instilled a certain amount of independence in them. And so I do have some further, I would say maybe questions or concerns, but that's not something that would keep me from supporting this. And in wake of the time, the limitation that we have a time today, I do support this. I want to continue to support this, and I will hope that we would do everything in our power to make sure that this program stays in place. So I thank you and your entire staff, all your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. As it relates to the long-term program sustainability measures, we can bring back that proposal based on the Commissioner's feedback today.
Commissioner Ellis, please.
Yeah, just a few questions. One thing that's not really clear to me, just based upon looking at whatever that slide you had to add, the graphical presentations on the numbers running from 2022 to 2026. Really, my main question is, for this whole basket, both with Uber, Lyft, and the TransDev piece, what amount of funding are we receiving from grants or from the state to support it? I mean, this says $845,000, but that's different than what the paperwork suggests. It's more like, it looks like it's closer to like 4 or so.
So this, the grant amount, first of all, if we could go to the slide that has the color-coded chart.
Yeah.
Yes. So the general fund, that is what we have traditionally received annually from.
Dr. Rochelle, we are having trouble hearing you.
What we have traditionally received from the county for this transportation service. The grants are pretty stable. Primarily, we receive grants from the state and from ARC. Sometimes they do fluctuate. For example, this year we received some additional funding, and so that number is pretty stable, but it can fluctuate, and that may be what you see indicated in the paperwork, is some fluctuation in the grant numbers based on what we receive annually.
So like I don't necessarily want to belabor it, but in the actual paperwork itself, it starts out funding line 1, general senior services aging grant supplemental, $2.6 million. And then there are another series of other grants noted, ranging anywhere from $67,000 to $648,000. I guess I'm trying to get at sort of what percentage of our costs are we general fund supported, or that we're getting from either. Presumably we're doing it, the stuff that we're getting funds from the state for things like developmental disabilities, et cetera. But
so if I understand your question, you're asking what percentage is grants?
Grant or state funded, however you want to define it.
So the bulk of funding, the majority of the funding is from the general fund annually. So what you see represented on this chart is just an annual figure. We support approximately 4 million and the grant fund annually, and the grant funding annually is as much as 845,000.
Okay.
So the program is primarily supported by the county.
Okay, well, that differs from what's sitting here in this, what we got for approval. I mean, funding, I'm looking at it, there's this funding line 1, general senior services, aging grant supplemental, 2.64 million. So, I don't know. Purchasing can comment on that or not.
Commissioner Ellis?
I thought we got grants that were more significant than 840,000 for this.
Commissioner Ellis, what's listed in the agenda item is the funding lines that are provided to purchasing. And so the first funding line, 100, 183, 1192, I believe that's a general fund funding line, not a grant funding line.
Okay, so that's not grant.
No, it is not a grant. All of our grant ones start with the number 461. And
Okay,
so that
the
would be
461 numbers.
Yes.
And are all these coming from the state or via via ARC?
The state, ARC, or the Federal Transportation Administration.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for clarifying that. The next question I had was, can you provide, on the long-term sustainability measures, the concept of eliminating the multi-purpose routes on the traditional bus stuff, what's the theory behind that?
It would be a cost-saving measure to reduce.
We cannot hear you.
It would be, the rationale is to minimize the number and types of transportation services provided.
Yeah, I got that, but if we're, one of the main services we're providing for senior services is operation of multi-purpose centers, right?
Yes, sir.
So,
and most of those seniors are independent and are able to drive, and so that's why that was recommended.
So are we saying we're eliminating it because it's not being utilized and we're just paying for something but we're not getting much utilization from it? Is that?
So approximately 300 to 400 seniors are registered for the multi-purpose transportation program.
Right.
And the utilization varies.
Okay. So would it not be better to consider some sort of other alternative of in some places if it's not utilized at all, but in some places it's, 40% of the participants are using it? To me, this one kind of seems like, well, if there's a place where it's heavily utilized and it's a high degree of the participants and we eliminate it, we'll be hearing about it pretty soon. And doesn't necessarily seem to intuitively make the most sense to me. So
Yes, sir. I understand your concern. And again, the reason it was presented is to really target seniors who are unable to drive, may not have a source of transportation by way of their ability to drive to our multipurpose facilities. So these sustainability measures are just concepts. We definitely presented them so that we could receive the feedback from commissioners to know whether we were moving in the right direction as we try to contain cost. So we are open to any and all suggestions for how we may revamp the program to that end.
And I guess, I guess you got my feedback on that one. Similarly on the Uber Lyft piece, if we're going to have measures that we're going to say, okay, potentially it's sort of like transportation via traditional bus is going to be limited to these categories. Or why wouldn't we similarly say we're going to limit transportation via Uber Lyft to similar categories?
Absolutely. We would look at limiting the transportation in the same categories for Uber and Lyft in the same way that we
Okay,
limit.
so there's consistency
Yes, sir.
between the two. Okay. But I guess maybe except for this concept of, I mean, on the multi-purpose routes, I guess if there are, somewhere within here, there's got to be a means to, if people don't have transport, to be able to get, you know, from where they live to the multi-purpose center, right? So
yes,
whether it's
sir.
traditional bus or if there's a limited demand for that, then, and they're more mobile, then Uber Lyft would seem to be the, you know, maybe a more cost-effective, you know, mechanism, recognizing that's sort of how this whole program got initiated and started in the first place. But,
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We will add, if the board approves, or based on your feedback, we would look at amending the assessment process to get at just what you're saying, so that we could really target seniors who need the transportation more as a need rather than a preference, and do truly have the ability to transport themselves. And we would work that out through the assessment process.
Okay.
So again, these are just some concepts that we wanted to share today in an effort to contain the cost of the program.
okay. And last question, you certainly annotated the, you know, it's probably fairly obvious why costs are going up for anything transportation related, since we're all feeling that personally. These grants we've been getting, and I guess particularly for something like transportation for the folks with developmental disabilities, I mean, that should be funds that we're getting from the state to meet the needs for that service. Do they have a cost escalator on the funds that they're sending to us, or is that number, I'd like to get the information in terms of what we've been receiving in terms of over a 5-year look back, you know, what are we receiving? Has it been flat or has it gone up? And if it's been flat, you know, I think it should be part of our, you know, lobbying package for, you know, additional budgetary support, you know, for that particular line item for funding.
We can provide that for you, Commissioner.
Okay.
It's been relatively flat, a very minimal increase in transportation every year.
Okay.
It has not been driven most recently by the market conditions.
Okay. And we've all sort of gotten a little bit of a hall pass on this because of the pandemic, you know, kind of dropping off, particularly that traditional bus category, right? So now it's, because I think our costs were relatively flat for, 19, 20, 21, but we're seeing it pick back up once we get to normalize.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
As we've opened the facilities at full operation, as seniors have become more comfortable, we definitely expect seniors to take full advantage of the program. The cost, the 47% increase is driven by fuel, by labor,
Yep.
and those are the primary issues.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Rockman.
Dr. Rochelle, I just want to reiterate how important it is to me that we look at the need, the cost, the sustainability. I know that you all are doing everything in your power. The Elder Abuse Summit that we're having on next Friday, they don't have transportation to that. And I know part of the reason that they don't have transportation is the priority. I don't have an issue with that. I've arranged alternative transportation. But when it comes to our seniors, and I'm not dismissing anyone because I think all of the board understand the need for transportation for our seniors. I want us to be very prudent in making sure that this stays in place, that we look at the sustainability, but we also look at the individuals. They're in their twilight years. They have served their community, and they need transportation. And so I want you to not only, when you leave us, to be empowered to do what you need to do, but also understand with the feedback that we all know this is a priority, and we all need to do what we need to do for our constituents. I know that my constituency base use a lot of you all services. And so don't want to overdo the advocacy, but I know that it is tied to the independence of what they're trying to do in coming out because of the pandemic. Will the numbers change? I don't know. Will they get lower? Will they get higher? I don't know. That's not my lane to be in. But any information that you can personally supply to my office, I will be sending you an email of questions I have of concerns, but they're not concerns that would keep me from supporting this. I just want you to know that this, and you already know this, so I know I'm preaching to the choir, that this is something that is so needed, and we need to do everything in our power to see whether we need more, involvement or a higher rate of involvement from the state or our other partners, because I really do want us to make sure not only that this stays in place, but the level of service and the ability to pay their portion stays reasonable as well.
Thank you for that feedback.
Commissioner Morris.
Yeah, I guess one question is it cost effective for the sustainability of the program issues? Is it cost effective to shift use from the traditional bus to Uber and Lyft? I mean, I can't tell really what the total cost of these registered riders for the Uber Lyft. If we have 1,455 folks registered for the bus, it's over $4,000 a year per person, which may not be a lot, although you can almost have a car and for that kind of total annual cost with purchase or rental and insurance and gas and oil, but it's not a great car maybe. But is it cheaper for folks if we shifted them to the Uber Lyft program, those that are able to use it?
So the bus transportation, what one of the equalizing factors is on cost is that per 5245 revenue hour, we are transporting approximately 7 or more seniors at a time. So you really would divide that revenue hour by 7 or more people. If you compare that to $19 and $17 per trip for one person, it may not necessarily be less expensive because we are comparing a transportation system that divides the revenue hour by multiple riders. So I know we've heard stories of one senior on the bus at a time. That's a point in time. I have reviewed, the team has reviewed all of the transportation logs, and we have never transported just one senior a day. So when you see one person on the bus, it's because you see a point in time where either all of the other riders have not been picked up or all of the other riders have already been dropped at their destination. We looked at the records, and the average number of riders on a route is 7. So we take that 7 and divide it by the 52.45 an hour to give you some comparison of what an hour or per trip for a Uber Lyft rider compared to TransDev.
Understood. Your long-term program sustainability issues talks about reducing the Uber Lyft ridership from $1,455 a month to $405 a month. That seems pretty drastic. Maintaining the current eligibility on the traditional bus thing, may or may not be great as increased need occurs, but it would be helpful to me to follow up Commissioner Ellis's question about the use of it for particular multipurpose centers. If there's any difference there, we'd love to see that if you all have that.
Yes, sir.
And I guess I guess my last question is, if we pass the new contract, 443, we don't need 444.
Correct.
The extension.
Yes.
Is there any benefit to holding off on the new annual one and extending the current one for another quarter for purposes of really getting more information and more data and more recommendations to us in the 3 months? Is there any benefit of sort of kicking the can down the road for a quarter?
We have considered that. We bid this contract multiple times. TransDev has been the sole respondent.
Right.
We do think that by having the contract in place and because there are renewals every year, we could look at those renewals as opportunities to determine what, if any, cost control measures we may put in place.
Okay.
The long-term sustainability measures, again, are just concepts. They're not in the contract in any way. We simply wanted to present those today since we have the opportunity to discuss transportation. We wanted to provide a comprehensive picture of what is going on and what are some of the measures we are considering, and wanted your feedback on those.
And is this contract with TransDev fixed prices as opposed to an hourly, exposed to a not to exceed?
It is a not to exceed.
Okay, it's not a flat fee they get every month.
That's right.
It's
Yes,
based
sir.
on uses up to this amount. So I guess my final question, does your department have a recommendation as to the two choices here?
Under the recommendations?
The 443 or the 444, the new contract or extension of the existing one?
Absolutely. We do recommend the new contract.
Okay.
So that we can get the program in place under the new funding because of some of the market pressures.
Okay.
We don't want to risk losing this vendor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Morris. So you're saying that if we do the new contract, it's not tied to the numbers that we have right now. It's not making us obligated for the increases you showed us earlier in the cost.
Yes, the contract, if approved today, is obligating the contract not to exceed at an increase over the years. So the first year, we don't have a full $1.4 million
Can you put that slide back
increase.
up?
Yes, it's the slide with the multiple years, slide 6. So what our recommendation is today is to approve the contract as the cost proposal indicates, and you see the annual or incremental cost from 2022 to 2026. The cost proposal for 2022 is $6.2 million. The status quo budget is reflective of the general fund and the grants that we receive every year, which have been pretty stagnant. And the bottom line, the gap funding, is the amount of funding we would need from 2022 to 2026 to fund this contract.
Because I thought you just answered Commissioner Morris and that it was not going to obligate us to these increases.
What I was answering to Commissioner Morris is that it would not obligate us to the sustainability program, that it does not obligate us to reduce any of the services. The sustainability measures are simply concepts to contain the cost within the cost proposal submitted today.
All right, and so to use the Uber and Lyft program, do you also have to demonstrate your lack of ability to drive? Or is it just on if you get in the program or not?
So there is an assessment that is conducted for both programs. It does not require you to be totally unable to drive. It does require you to demonstrate the insufficient access to transportation, not necessarily that you cannot drive at all.
Well, as that program increases, but we're decreasing the availability, that doesn't make much sense, really. Are we looking at, they do carpooling now on Uber and Lyft. Have we utilized any of those programs?
We have not used carpooling. We certainly can look at that as a program offering and determine what that does to our per trip cost. Does it sustain the per trip cost with what we presented today, or does it increase the cost in any way? We have not researched that,
Well,
but we're happy to do so.
Yeah, if folks are going to the senior centers on a regular basis and using Uber and Lyft, and you can have 2 in that car versus 1, then to me that would obviously reduce the cost.
Well, it depends on the miles. We presented the average number of miles, and so if 2 people going to the same senior center live 15 miles apart, it may not necessarily reduce the cost because of the mileage and things of that nature. So what we can do is go back to the company and look at a rideshare carpooling format to determine if that will reduce the cost based on a route.
If these are regular visits that can be planned, it
Yes.
just seems like there's a way to perhaps combine some routes and reduce the cost. I think if people understand that the program, if we can't adjust the costs, we're at risk of really cutting back the programs, and we don't really want to do that. I think you hear that
Yes.
nobody wants to do
We
that.
hear that loud and clear.
Okay, but we have to be able to afford it.
Yes.
I do think you should also investigate if the grants that we've been getting are going to be adjusted for the cost of living and the increased fuel costs. That just makes sense, that if it's costing us more, then, it's not, no one's immune to that.
Right.
So it just makes sense that those would also be adjusted. So I'm a little concerned about approving a contract that has, such a significant increase. Are you sure that in the next 3 months that we can't do some sort of reevaluation of what we really are trying to do? I'm also concerned about cutting out the multipurpose centers. That just doesn't seem to be in our best interest either.
We, again, presented some of these sustainability measures as potential opportunities to contain cost. They could possibly reduce cost, but based on conversations that we've had, there really is no solution other than some sort of program adjustment to significantly impact this 47% increase, simply because it is due to fuel, labor, and the facility rental. It's not all utilization. There are some factors outside of the control of utilization that are increasing the cost for this program. And we suspect that that is why in the past we've had multiple interest in this program, but these market conditions really is driving the cost more than utilization. So we simply, as it relates to the bus service, we simply were wanting to present some options. We hear you loud and clear that the preference is not to implement any wholesale program changes. With that said, I do not believe that there is much that can be done to reduce the cost significantly beyond what we've presented here today. The team, along with purchasing, we have had multiple conversations with this vendor. We have looked at market conditions across the country as it relates to how this service is provided. Fulton County is a leader in this space. There is no other county in Georgia providing this type of robust transportation service. And so I do not believe that holding this contract will significantly reduce the cost. We have been very thorough in how we have investigated what our options are for reducing this 47% increase to something that would matter significantly for this contract.
Okay, well, again, we don't want buses going around empty that we're paying for, okay? But we do need to make sure that we're serving people that really have very little other option.
Yes,
So-
ma'am.
So that's a very difficult thing to achieve. I recognize that. I also feel like the flexibility of the Uber Lyft program is one of the beauties of that program. But I am concerned about, the cutting it back, but where these personal trips are taking people, to make sure that we are really monitoring that, and people aren't taking advantage of that. And, the transportation we're provided is for necessities. It's not for, pleasure. So, as long as that's your focus, I think that I understand where you're coming from, but I do think we should be taking advantage of carpooling on Uber and Lyft if at all possible. So I hope that y'all will look at
It's so
that.
noted. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Commissioner Rotman.
I can only speak for the mighty District 6. I have yet to see an empty bus in my district unless it was going to pick up some more individuals or they were dropping off the last one. So I just want to openly say this bus riding around with one person on it, it don't exist in District 6. I can't speak for any one other district. Secondly, what will happen if we do not move on this today? That's what I need to know.
What will happen is we will go to the vendor, the one vendor, the only vendor that has responded, and ask them to extend the contract yet again. We have indication that they are amenable the last time we spoke to them, but we've also received some indication that they would like some assurances regarding where the county may be headed. So to answer your question specifically, purchasing would go to the vendor. We would ask them if they are agreeable to a third contract extension.
So, Dr. Rochelle, in a perfect universe, we've got one vendor. We could possibly lose, correct?
We do have the contract extension on the agenda, and we are hopeful that if the board approved it, that the vendor would sign it.
Okay, I guess my concern is, and I'm not saying that my colleagues don't have the same concern, they clearly do not want our seniors to suffer. My concern is that I'm hoping that we can find a happy medium, because if one senior, one, is not able to take advantage of what we have been a leader in, personally, that's a travesty to me. And so I would want us to pass this today. Whatever needs or concerns that you all clearly hear from myself and the colleagues, like I said, I'll be sending you an email, because the concerns I have are not something that can't be worked out and don't necessarily require, other than you looking into it. I would be very concerned if we didn't pass it today. So I hear you loud and clear. I hope you hear us loud and clear. But here again, we've got individuals that's in the twilight that have worked very hard. And whatever we need to do as elected officials to make sure that we work hard with you all to find a happy medium, I'd be more than happy. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And Commissioners, if I can add, in talking to the vendor, one of the things they need, we need to solidify, they have to move out of their current location. They're being kicked out by their landlord, and they're going to have to find a new location. They need to know whether we're going to move forward with the contract or not, so they can find a new location, sign a lease. They're not going to want to sign a lease if we are not going to commit to the contract, number one. So that is one of the largest issues that they're a little hesitant with continuing to amend the contract to extend.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioners, I think it's time to vote. It's been properly moved and seconded. Vote is open.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. And with that, we don't need to do 0444?
That is correct, Madam Clerk. If we could move to the third agenda item, which is seeking approval for additional funding for the Uber and Lyft program. This funding just came to our attention in the last 3 weeks. It is from the income tax checkoff program from the state of Georgia, and Fulton County is afforded the opportunity to apply this funding to our Uber and Lyft program.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's vote.
And the vote is open on item 22-0445. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Under Justice and Safety, 22-0446, Sheriff requests approval of an IGA with the City of Alpharetta for the occupancy, use, operation, and supervision and detention of inmates in the Alpharetta Jail Facility.
Good morning, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Vice Chair Hausman.
How are you? Commissioner Ellis, do you have a question or do you have anything to say before we take questions?
No, Vice Chair, we don't have any questions. I'm just here to answer any questions or concerns.
All right,
you
we
might
have passed out the revised contract for consideration, and it does include all of the areas with operating the jail that is under renovation currently in Alpharetta for 10 years. And so Commissioner Ellis, do you have a question?
Yeah, I've got a question. I mean, I have no problem with IGA specific. It was drafted between us and the city of Alpharetta, but, you know, having been part of these conversations, it's also my understanding that there are other North Fulton cities that will want to participate and utilize this facility.
We've heard discussions about that, and we've actually participated in conversations where other northern municipalities have suggested an interest. However, those areas have not expressed an interest in paying the per diem associated, as is the city of Alpharetta. So yes, they are interested, but no, they have not moved to do so.
Well, based upon the conversations, at least with cities I represent, I know certain cities that I represent, the characterization that they are not willing to pay processing fees, whatever, that's not an accurate statement. So, you know, I think this is a little bit tricky because, you know, you got one municipality which owns, you know, which has this property. It's their property, so you got to have some specific IGA arrangements around that. But I think that these other cities are expecting us to produce some sort of IGA that would speak to, and they can either sign on to it or not, that would speak to, you know, kind of the cost associated, their cost would be associated with it if they utilize it.
Well, Sheriff Labatt has expressed his commitment to running that facility. So if other municipalities are willing to enter into IGAs, I'm certain that the county attorney's office will work with them.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, are we working on drafting a IGA specifically for these for the other North Fulton cities that would have a desire to participate, so that they have something to actually look at? I mean, I think they're expecting us to produce something, you know, that they can, you know, sign on to, you know, as well. and are not quite sure whether or not what we were producing here would be something that they would also co-sign onto, or whether there would be separate IGAs in place for those individual cities.
So Commissioner Ellis, the county attorney's office is currently not working on additional IGAs based upon the lack of an agreement, but if there is an interest and the board directs us to, we will go ahead and proceed with drafting an IGA that can be proposed to the interested municipalities, and then further negotiation can be had from there.
Okay. I mean, to me, I mean, the framework for what, you know, would associate to the other cities is within here already. I mean, particularly on the piece in terms of the processing fee for drop-off, which I think principally is the main interest, you know, from those municipalities. So I would hopefully it would be something that would be fairly simple that could just be sort of carved out and lifted.
After today's meeting, our office will coordinate with the sheriff's office to identify the interested municipalities, and we will prepare draft agreements.
Okay, thank you.
Those.
Commissioner Rockman?
Yes, I understand this need has been before us for quite a while, and it is a need. I'm fully supported. In a sense of fairness, I would hope that we would move forward with it, because to my understanding, even though that is not my district, and I have not been privy to those conversations, I do have individuals that have expressed concerns that live out in that area. And so I would say that if we're able to move forward and take into consideration what Commissioner Ellis is saying, if there are other municipalities that want to join, but I know that Vice Chair Houseman has done a lot of work, and that's not to say that other of us have not, but I would hope that we could move forward with this today in support of it, because it has been a need that you have expressed for quite a bit of time.
Thank you, Commissioner. I mean, I think the data speaks for itself. 5,200 people that should have been arrested over the last 2 years in North Fulton that were sent home on a copy of charges speaks for itself. I think yesterday alone in our metro area, there were 7 shootings last night, unfortunately. 1 hostage standoff in Alpharetta that, thank goodness, ended peacefully. The need is definitely there. So appreciate the support so far. I think the others, this is Alpharetta specific. There are some things in this contract that only apply to the owner of the building, which is Alpharetta. But yes, there are other cities that are definitely interested in participating on a daily rate. So, Madam Attorney, I hope that you are coming back with agreements for our sister cities in North Fulton that may want to participate, that's separate from this, but does address the daily fee and the processing and the things that are available for them.
Absolutely, Vice Chair. Our office will be preparing draft agreements that will be tailored based upon this agreement, but tailored to the fact that the other municipalities do not own the property.
And then there is a typo in the address. It should be 2555 Old Milton Parkway. I think the contract reads 2565. Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, one tiny little thing and then a bigger question. In the proposed IGA that I see in our materials, one of the city's obligations is to transport Alpharetta inmates, and that's a term of art, to municipal court and, as further provided, local health care facilities. But then under the sheriff and county obligations, arrange or provide transportation to and from local health care facilities. I don't know if there's a potential conflict where the city's got to transport the Alpharetta inmates to local health care facilities, and the sheriff has to provide transportation to all inmates, it appears, not just the Alpharetta inmates. So anyway, maybe the county attorney can clarify that if that needs to be clarified. My bigger question is, Can the sheriff staff this facility?
Yes, Commissioner, the sheriff is prepared to move forward with opening the Alpharetta Annex. And so, as this board is well aware, the sheriff has been undergoing massive amounts of recruitment efforts.
Recruitment, right.
Yes.
With not tremendous success, I understand. Maybe it's getting better.
Sheriff Labat has experienced a fair amount of success recruitment. He continues in those efforts, but he is prepared to open the Alpharetta Annex, and he does have the staff to do so. In fact, they're prepared to move as soon as this month, but we know the facility won't be ready for another 2 months.
Okay. Well, we'll hope that he continues to be successful in his recruiting and has enough folks to do the job without. I remember when I was on the Atlanta City Council, we had this incredible turnover of corrections officers, and these folks had to work double shifts, and it was just wearing them out.
Yes,
and then making them want to leave, even more than the nature of the job makes people want to leave. So
Yes, sir.
good luck with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. It has been properly moved by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Rockman. Let's vote.
And the vote is open.
Yes, it's 10 years.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
One more comment. The latest timeline I saw was that it was going to be completed by August 26th.
Yes, that's what we've seen as well. Vice Chair.
Okay. Has that been communicated to Alpharetta?
I can see to it that it is. If it has not been already, I can see to that today.
All right. And then again, following up with agreements for the other cities.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Hausman, I can confirm that Joe Davis from DREAM communicated the timeline directly to the city administrator in Alpharetta.
Thank you. All right. Next item.
On page 9, Commissioners' action items, 22-0331, request approval of an ordinance to amend the Fulton County Code of Ordinances to modify Code Section 101-66B3 to prioritize public comments to the Fulton County residents and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Vice Chair, I'd like to hold this until we have full participation by the board. So I guess our
Without objection.
second meeting in July,
Our only meeting in July.
our only meeting in July.
How many times has this been held so far?
This would actually be 3, but of course, it's the will of the board.
This is the third time?
Mm-hmm.
So it'd have to come back as a new item?
It can, or however you want to bring it back.
Either way.
All right. Thank you,
Okay.
Commissioner. Next item.
22-0407, request approval of ordinance to amend the Fulton County Code of Ordinances by adopting a new Article 3 to prohibit discrimination in housing based on person's sex, race, color, religion, disability, national origin, sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, we held this last time because Commissioner Ellis raised a very great question about whether this might potentially impact nonprofit organizations that deal with just a particular gender or women or homeless men or whatever it might be. The county attorney, I believe, has done some research, and you don't think that's an issue?
That's correct, Commissioner Morris. We researched the matter, and it's our opinion that the provision of free shelter would not be impacted by the terms of this ordinance. And to the extent that there is any requirement that's already present through the Federal Fair Housing Act, but this ordinance would not add any additional requirements or restrictions to those types of nonprofits that provide shelter.
All right, Commissioners, it's been properly moved and seconded. Vote is open.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
Next two items are full board appointments for the Fulton County Board of Tax Assessors, 22-0447. Chairman Pitts has nominated Pamela J. Smith for a full board reappointment to a term ending June 30th, 2026.
All right, it's been properly moved by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Rahman. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 10, 22-0448. Commissioner Morris has nominated Minnie Kaplan to replace Lisa Amon for a full board appointment to a term beginning July 1st and ending June 30th, 2026.
Properly moved and seconded. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Are we going back to the COVID update, or?
Do we have time for a COVID update?
Yes, ma'am, I think we do.
Okay.
Okay, on page 6, 22-0433.
So in the spirit of keeping this meeting fast-moving, I'll provide this update. If you have any questions, there is one action item that emanates out of this in terms of reallocations of funds to support Grady Hospital that I'd like to ask for your approval on. But we will certainly answer any questions. We do see worsening trends, increase cases now up to 330 per day. It's a 27% increase. Positivity rate at 17.6, that's a 40% increase. If you remember, 5% positivity rate is more at the level of seeing this under control, and hospitalizations at 139, which is up 15%. So all of those cause us to recalibrate our third quarter plans, which were more in the mode of winding down. We're now going to provide resources to Matt and his team, as well as the Board of Health, to continue mobile vaccination efforts, messaging and incentives to support, again, trying to get ahead of this. It does require us reallocating some of our ARPA funds, and we have that in the packet that you've received. But we do feel like that's the right posture as opposed to winding down given these trends. We did have 17 new employee cases in this last period, including a contractor that made necessary notifications to children in art classes, which has been accomplished. We're up to over 900 cases now in employee exposure to COVID. But we don't recommend any changes in either masking or operational posture at this point. The Elections Department has begun advance voting for the primary runoff, and we have secured the alternative warehouse site that was needed as we exit the one that's in Hapeville. This one will be on Fulton Industrial, or just off of Fulton Industrial, as we look forward to moving into that new facility at the end of 2022 that you approved. As well, the property tax assessment notices are scheduled to be mailed this Friday, the 17th. That then kicks off the process for the digest and millage rate reviews, and Sharon can provide any additional information on that you may want. So we continue really normal operations, including this South Fulton wastewater study and capital program that we shared with you previous meeting, and then the mayors in their meeting. I hope that again, underscoring that we have now not only an equitable program in both North and South Fulton with about $500 million in each, but in combined total, that's $1 billion in infrastructure investment that in particular will, I believe, lead to economic growth in both, and certainly in South Fulton, where in some cases there is not even wastewater capacity like Chat Hills. So we're, again, very excited about that. Project Orca continues on track. We've included information in your deck. Not a lot has changed since last week's meeting with the mayors, but we were proud to share that information with the mayors based on their interest, and I think they appreciated seeing that information. The point that I made earlier, given your direction, we have allocated $11 million in support of Grady Hospital on a one-time basis to offset the extraordinary cost associated with nursing pay rates. And that would be based on when our FEMA reimbursements begin to flow to us, we'll allocate $11 million, or actually pay $11 million to Grady Hospital. In a like manner, I believe DeKalb is formalizing their same commitment to Grady. And again, this would offset the first quarter losses that Grady has experienced, and then they have plans for the remainder of the year through other reductions to achieve break even. So that's before you today, or I would ask for your approval today based on your previous direction. And also, we have reallocated across our overall ARPA program and still maintain a $20 million reserve for any unanticipated future events. One bit of additional good news, we've just received word while we're sitting here of a 20% increase in our HIV endemic funding, so that brings the total now to $34.4 million in HIV funding. So we'll be doing a press release on that, but really a huge credit to Jeff Cheek and his team and their ability to administer those funds across not just Fulton County, but other metro counties. And then last, as this has become somewhat routine, I failed to notice that Fulton County received the second installment of our ARPA funding, which is included in your package, and we went ahead and put the exact number in because it is $103,328,645. I don't know if we need to call Bill lists with our investment plans, but I'm being facetious. We definitely are very appreciative of receiving this. This puts us in a great position to go ahead and meet the obligations that still exist and that you've already approved, as well as this one that I just talked about. So, Madam Vice Chair, if you have any questions, we're prepared to answer those. And then if you would consider approving the $11 million allocation to Grady Hospital.
Any questions, commissioners? Do I hear a motion for the $11 million? I don't see you in here. There is a motion? Okay. Any further questions? All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Back on page 10, 22-0449, discussion, Invest Atlanta Board of Directors, May 19th meeting summary, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Yeah, this is the usual summary of the minutes of the actions taken at the last meeting. If you'd like any information about either one of those actions, it was a short agenda. I'd be delighted to get you that info. Thanks.
Thank you. Next item.
22-0450, discussion, Atlanta Beltline, June 8th CEO report, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Again, the usual CEO report to the board or the executive committee. No new significant funding this time, but continue to make progress on affordable housing units, and that's good news as well. So you need any further information from anything you see in that report, delighted to get that for you. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Morris. All right, so the final item is to go into executive session for land, legal, or personnel items. Do I have a motion? Properly moved and seconded. Vote is open. We are adjourned for executive session. Commissioners, I'd like a motion to reconvene back into normal session. Did I? Okay. All right, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote.
And the vote is open to reconvene.
Madam Attorney, I believe you have some items for us.
Yes, Vice Chair Hausman. Is there a motion to approve the request for representation set forth in items 1 through 3 and item 7 of the executive session agenda?
Motion has been made by Commissioner Arrington and seconded by Hausman. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. The motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Are there any other items, Madam Attorney?
No further items, Vice Chair.
All right, then I will entertain a motion to go back into executive session for legal reasons. Properly moved and seconded. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you.
Services to authorize the chairman of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners at his discretion to notify all municipalities of the commencement of lost renegotiations and to appoint a team at his discretion to represent the Fulton County lost renegotiations and to provide the Board of Commissioners with periodic updates on the status of such renegotiations.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. You've heard the motion. It has been properly moved by Commissioner Rockman. I've seconded it. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
No further items from executive session.
And with no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.